Hello. Hey, Queen, frazzled. Hello. How are you guys right now? Not gonna lie, I just took myself a little siesta. Um, I woke up with my stomach a little upset today. Whatever crap's going around, I hope I don't feel better since I took a nap. So, oh, I want to say that last night I heard Nate give a shout out to Ryan Applesnapple. I thought that was cool. And what else? God, it was so. Lori made me so mad yesterday. I really think I can't wait for her to be done with all of this crap with the next one, and that be it. But we did, you know what we found out? So, Hermosillo from Rexburg police was there yesterday in court. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was really awesome. Another one, I can't think of his name right now, but that was really awesome. He's a great guy. He's been really good to Colby. Or the whole family, I think. Everybody. And that was pretty rough on him too, the whole situation. That was a lot to live through. I mean, look at what we're doing. Can you imagine being the ones finding out, uncovering things, and like, oh, my Atlanta, finding those kids. Frazzle. Yeah, right? I hope so. She looks pretty bad. Hey, Life with Mommy. I know. It's horrible, the things that they have had to. And I remember him doing an interview, and you're like, when you didn't know where any of those people were, you didn't know where Alex was, you didn't know where anybody was, and people had died and were missing, and they were on the lam. He said that at one time he told his wife to take different routes back and forth to work and home and stuff. Can you imagine? I kind of remember some of that with my dad. Long time ago, some people showed up at our house acting, and they said they had a flat tire, and they didn't. They actually didn't. We could see that. And he said his wife was pregnant in the car, but it's actually two men in the car. It wasn't. So. See, is it your stomach? I know a lot of people I've heard that. A lot of people caught some little bug recently. I mean, everybody just kind of got over that. Is it I felt super nauseous when I got up. I kept having like goosebumps and shit. I don't want that. Hey, Faith, good to see you. Oh no, poor thing. Yikes. I know. I ate a couple of those little mini, does anybody else love the mini club crackers? I love those. I ate a couple of those and it did not go down well at all. Like, okay, giving it up, not doing nothing. Hey, Kentucky woman, we didn't see you yesterday. Hope everything's okay there. Guess what I found, you guys? Right? He's such a... That kid is the best. He is the best. Ginger ale. Oh, I think I have some too. Okay, frazzled, yeah. You know how when your mouth feels like it's like you might want to vomit or something kind of thing? You don't, but I don't know. Oh, okay. Queen's youngest, he is such a cutie. Oh my God. He is. He's so sweet and so cute. When I saw them at Queen's mother-in-law's appointment, I think when I was getting ready to leave or something, I don't know. But he's all funny. He's like, come on, like, give me a hug. So cute. He's the cutest kid. He's not so much a kid, but he is. Okay, I found something really cool. Before I get started on the trial real quick, I just want to show you guys. I'm super excited about this. Oh, we do need to do something else. We really do need to quickly check on something. Okay, so wait, watch this. You better stay for a second, Faith. You're going to want to see it. You are going to want to see it. Look at that. Okay, you guys, let me show you. There are eggs. Watch, look. Look. Is that so cool? Look at that. Yes, and there's eggs in there. You don't see it? Oh, there. Oh, okay, you see it now. Okay. I know. I think so. I think there's two. I know. Can you imagine? We're gonna look at it. Has this oh, is it always? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know. It has separate cans for the yeah, I love hummingbirds. Faith does too. It has separate cams for the feeders and the bath. I've had this on all morning. So cool. Right, yeah, Faith does have them all the time. They come up to Faith. Sorry. I know, Queen. Sorry about that. Let me see. It's let me see if it tells. Oceanside, California. Wow. Every time we go to California, I go to Oceanside every time. I almost always go there to Joe's Crab Shack. Isn't that cool? There's eggs in there. I can't believe it. I love this. I want to watch them. Can you imagine? So you guys know my Aunt Marge, she comes in here. She had a little no, it's not mine. No, I just found this. No, heck no, I wish it was. I just love to watch it. It has me thinking though. I do have feeders out here and I have regular ones that I love so much. Faith, did you ever see, I got my tattoo finally. Did you ever see it? But I my aunt had a hummingbird nest on the top of her porch light outside. There was a little one up there. She didn't even know until like they like started dive bombing her and stuff, trying to the mom. And because it was so tiny and she couldn't even go out back. They were so, my nephew rigged up this thing to get a picture of it, but it was so tiny. Oh, I know it's going to be hard to show. Let me see. But that's cool. So that's something we can watch, right? It's going to be awesome. Oh, let me put this in the thing and then I'll show you in case anybody wants to look at it. I'll put it in here. I mean, it's like, it's small, but it's still so small. It's crazy. Okay, so I'm going to have to hike my leg up here. Oh, let me see how I can do this. Okay. Maybe you can see. Can you see it? Yeah, I really like it. I got it last year on my birthday. I got that for our son that we lost. I love it too. I really love it. I do. So sorry, I was thinking that I bet Faith never saw it. So sorry to have veering off all these with all my ADHD. I actually want more, but we'll see. So, okay, enough about me, enough about hummingbirds. That is so cool, though. I want to watch those birds hatch. Hey, Happy. Okay, Faith, thanks. It was so good to see you. Okay, so I will get busy now. Again, to let you all know that Nate shouted out our Ryan Apple Snapple. Oh, thank you, Faith. Me too. I wanted it for a long time. Remember, I was going to get it when I ended up going to Savannah instead. Mm-hmm. So I did get it finally, and I love it. I don't think it was this last birthday. It was the year before. I don't know. I need to shut up. Loco and the Cavessa, this one right here. Oh, Faith, I finished. I will say, I finished the Afghan I was working on It's in the washer right now. I'll show you. If anyone doesn't know, Faith crochets some beautiful shit. Right. Yes, you're right, Queen. Yeah, we went to the casino last year. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like it wasn't this past year. Yep, that's right. It was a year before. God, time flies, doesn't it? It's ridiculous. Let me share this. Okay, so I think what's going to happen is we're going to start right back to this very contentious shit of hers. This is what happened yesterday. It does, doesn't it, you guys? It makes me crazy. This past weekend, I saw some old family friends, and I was like, oh my goodness. Kids having kids that are all adults now. What the hell's happening? What the heck? It does. You're right, Happy. It does. I heard a thing one time that said, days are slow and years, days are long and years are fast, right? It's very true, though. It is so true. It makes me crazy. Like, take it down a notch, man. Our oldest grandchild is graduating high school next month. I still can't really even actually believe that. Crazy. But yep, I think that Queen is probably right. We ought to buckle up and see what kind of crap she's going to pull, because she's a very nasty person. Seems like there's always a lot of stuff that goes on. Oh, I got that picture, Queen. I'm going to send you. Oh my God, Faith. Oh my God.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. This is the time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Judge, I do have one other thing to raise that goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have not only with multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing
What the
any
hell?
subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock.
She's so gross.
Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin.
Let me check, Your Honor.
I know. Let me check. She just say, let me check. Okay, so she sent one to Larry Woodcock and another Vallow, right? Like Charles, because we already heard about this yesterday, I think. Or was it last week? What is she doing? Oh, I swear I can't stand this woman. She is vile. And these people are not on her list. You're right. You're right, Frazzled. You're absolutely right. Yep. Because she hasn't, to my knowledge, she has not sent a subpoena to anybody on her list. She is so gross. The hell is wrong with her? Oh my God. You're right, though. She's trying to intimidate him. It's exactly what she's doing. Oh, yeah. And that's exactly right. That's the hatred right there. Now, she, of course, didn't like the fact that Kay sounded the alarm to where are the kids. But you're right. It has more to do with the money. If that woman ever got free, I'm telling you, I would not feel safe. Okay, I'll get back. I just can't even believe my ears. I can't believe what I just heard. I really can't. She does not fail to freaking shock me.
Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So
They are-
someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the
Right.
correct people are being
They didn't
subpoenaed.
pull it out of their
They are
ass.
signed by the defendant. So
All right.
Oh,
she is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
Are there, so do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
what the hell?
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one, we haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hey, Army vet.
We
What's up?
sort of
What's
addressed
up?
the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness.
A trail or trial?
We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that.
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct. It
All right.
apparently.
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss.
Oh my.
I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Baisa?
Vicia.
Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
She always takes extra
I
long
would
to
have to check
answer.
with my
That's on
investigator,
purpose.
Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
Yeah, it's Tylee's friends. She's trying to do that to Tylee's friends. It's really gross. That's what I think. I'm pretty sure that's what Colby said.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay.
I know at least a couple of them are. Mhm. What Colby said, he thinks that what she wants to do is be like, oh, she was the Disneyland mom,
So
right?
it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday at the latest
Right.
Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to
Isn't it?
effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that
Her own dad,
they
what?
are
Stop.
served or
Stop.
surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary
Oh
Cox.
yeah, he said that
Has
she was
he
going
been
to try to kill
subpoenaed?
him.
The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but
She's a crazy ass bitch.
based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify
I know.
about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about. So I talked to him for a few minutes. I
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
no,
All
I
right.
think unless
She
the
thinks she
defendant
can just
says
call
that
people
he's
that she
relevant
wants.
to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that, he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more
Smackdown.
specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview with my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that
I know.
basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but
Oh
in my
God.
discussion,
She
my
is.
interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he,
Mr. White, do you have any information on,
That is hilarious. What's
if you interviewed Zachary Cox?
happening.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, it was all money.
And
Absolutely.
did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
And she actually said her daughter
When I
killed.
spoke to
her son
Mr.
and
Cox,
herself.
he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
Wow.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not.
Wow.
in
I
which
know.
case
I know.
It's not an issue I need to
What?
deal with, but if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify.
Yeah, they did. But doomsday people don't kill everybody.
All
They
right,
just
is the
wanted
state
money.
gonna be
They only,
calling today?
Your Honor,
Everybody
the
that was a
state- obviously,
zombie
we
were
still
people
have
that
a
could
witness on the
benefit
stand. And then, as I
financially.
advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So we
Okay.
may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay.
Look how
My
fast
staff
this is
just
going,
signaled
guys.
me that we're, oh, the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the
Rah,
jury
rah,
in.
rah, yay,
Let's
yay,
have
yay.
that witness come back up.
Oh, this is going to be brutal, I'm afraid. Army vet yesterday, I don't know if you saw her yesterday with this cup. It was horrible. Army vet, I went last Thursday to court whenever Kay Woodcock testified, and Adam Cox, actually. Yeah, I think this is not going to be good. But you know what? That lady's like, you know, fucking blow me. Yeah, I thought I might get to go again, but I can't go this week or next week. So I think it's going to be over with by then. I'm going to try to go at least once to Brandon Boudreau's. That one's coming up right after this one.
All right, jury's present. Please be seated.
Yeah. She claims that, but she knows
Go ahead and
better.
resume
She
your
knows.
Okay.
She's a liar, pants on fire, serial killer for sex, money, and power. Right? Is that what it was? Sex, money, and I think they're full of shit. Nobody ever heard of her or Chad's near-death life.
Detective Inklin, yesterday we were talking
Until-
about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that.
Okay, here
Yesterday
we
we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it,
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
at all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
Okay, I want to mention something really quick. Something that, goes right along with the fact that she doesn't have any fucking idea what she's doing. This was not the lead investigator in this case. You guys recall this? Remember how many times she said she dropped off the phone, she gave them a ride, she talked, she did initial interviews, but she kept saying she was on it working another case. Remember that? Oh my God. I'm listening to her right now and I'm like, stop it. God. Remember she talked to that other detective the other day that was the lead detective on this. It was never this woman. Fuck. Oh my God, she has me so mad already today. Oh, I'm ready to spit.
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No,
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No,
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
no,
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
I'm going to object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
You're going to object again.
Sustained, it's testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports or?
I did not review and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay. Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct? When we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffett is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring.
Okay, this bitch is really making me crazy today. I don't know why Life with Mommy. I'm sorry.
What?
I don't think anybody is.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
I'm talking. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's happening. I don't think anybody here is blocking anything.
Yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van to back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the 3 of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I don't.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our Press Information Officer.
So do you know if Detective Moffat was the case agent at the time? Is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Detective Inkland, yesterday the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tyler came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that. Is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes. Like,
That was our discussion, yes.
yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time. Is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
And how long after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was just several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess, that next day that that was in fact his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was in fact in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
to object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
For the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inkland, have you ever seen me not calm?
I'm going to object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Oh, she is making me so mad today. I know, like, Mommy, I'm sorry. Yeah, I bet. And what do you, it wouldn't matter. You didn't have to see her any other time. We all saw, hey, neighbor. She was calm. She was nonchalant. She did not act like there was a dead body in her house at all. Not anybody's. Nobody acts like that. People do not act like that. And that's not why you got water, you stupid hooker. Fuck. You kidding me? Oh. She's so evil. Is that why you offered me apple juice? Oh my God, I swear. Everything she's saying, I'm about to lose my shit today. You guys, they might be done tomorrow, they said. They might. But, and I kind of believe it because they had 21 witnesses. They were done with 12 by yesterday morning. How many were here? I bet Life with Mommy. I'm sorry. We love you. We pray for you. You can imagine Queen sitting there. I know. I can't believe she's saying this. And always acting. Why would that woman know about all the press releases? She goes on, totally trying to make it sound like they're lying about it. All of her questions, they're so that snippy. She reminds me of that stupid bitch from CNN. That Caitlin, what's her last name, babe? Babe. What's that Caitlin's last name on CNN? Collins. Caitlin Collins. That Caitlin Collins, I can't stand to look at her snooty little face. And that attitude, it totally reminds me of Lori. I don't like people like her. Hey, Louie. No, I went last Thursday. I can't go this week. We're going out of town. I got to finish getting myself all packed up. Oh, well, I wonder we didn't see you yesterday. I know, I did. That worked out that way, didn't it? I know. I'm so glad I went. You know what? Because I didn't plan it. I just. Hey, Nate called out our Ryan Apple Snapple last night.
All right, go ahead and continue with your cross.
Detective Inkland, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later.
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm,
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection, relevance,
Uh,
speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we drove
contacted
up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
Hey, meow,
When we were
meow.
placed in those interview
Meow, meow.
rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime?
You-
Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No,
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her.
correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband. It was inside her home. Her children were at least partially present to this event. Her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No,
inside your own home
no,
by your brother?
no.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No,
by a family member
no,
inside their own home
no,
with their children present?
no.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No,
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
no,
overwhelmed with emotions?
no.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No,
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, we're both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van.
they were inside the CR 288 van.
Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct. The side door to open, to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time.
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea,
Correct.
that she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Hey, Jerry, how is your mom?
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that.
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like
Correct.
or how long it might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No,
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets.
Okay, I can't wait to hear what the jurors ask. Well, we're praying very hard for your mom, Jerry. You too, all of you. Love you very much. Well, Louis, if they had gotten on the ball with this Charles stuff, maybe other people wouldn't be dead. It absolutely is, Jerry. It absolutely is. Oh, my Lanta. Dang. Yeah, I mean, they should have helped him not die himself. But had they, investigated this and treated it as what it was, I mean, they were pretty quick about taking off. But they never did. They took this for what she said it was until after the kids. They didn't investigate it like that until after everything else happened. They should have. They absolutely should have. They did. They totally did. And it really makes me angry. This is where I live. Do you guys hear? Let me check. There's a 2-year-old missing in Seligman. Queen, remember we went to Seligman? There was barely anything on it this morning. I'm going to check it real quick again. That is a one-horse town, too. Okay. He was found safe. Good. Wow, miles from his Seligman home. Yeah, I just looked it up again. Yes, thank God. Yes, me too. 2 years old, little guy.
Jury. Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right.
I know. Miles, I know.
Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori and Tylee to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Yeah, Seligman is that town that Queen and I went to. Remember when Chelsea Grimm tried to get a hotel with euros? There is nothing around that town. It's off the highway. Well, you've got I-40, and it actually is right on the old Route 66, this little town, Seligman. Just one horse town. And you got to get up on the highway and go 15 miles to another smaller town, actually. And that is where our property is, in the smaller town. So we've been there quite a bit. Yeah, that's exactly right. We end up staying in Williams. We went to Seligman. Our property is in Ash Fork. And then we stayed in Williams. Remember we went where she, we went to that cemetery where she was, whatever, I don't know, pulled over on dash camera. Yeah. It's an odd little town.
All right, sir, come on up. You're gonna stand right here and be sworn in.
I wouldn't want to be an adult missing in that town.
Ariel, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-A-R.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
I saw them, you guys. They were pretty intent. Louis, last week, they were really listening to Kay big time. Big time.
One second. I'm gonna be able to get into Wi-Fi.
I don't recognize them myself. I want to see these body cams of Charles telling them that she was going to kill him. If they're
I
finishing
do need to give the
tomorrow,
court reporter a break soon. Do you want, should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Ronner, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please remember.
for the jury.
I don't think that's a social security officer. Oh, Jerry, guess what I found? I found a live cam on a hummingbird nest, and there's eggs in there. Yeah. While they're on the break, let's just look really, really quick.
All right, please be seated. The jury's no longer need to complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m.
Okay, what they're doing right now is because the headphones weren't working whenever they did the what do you call it? When they did the sidebar, and so they have to read it out for the court reporter. I can hear, but I know, isn't it so cool? Let's see. So look, they also have, you can see here, look at the feeders and then the bath, and they have cameras that are just on those also. But look, I'm going to back it up where you can see the egg. Look. Can you imagine? We get to see babies. We get to see the hummingbirds. You guys can't see? Look. I'm so excited. I know, isn't that the coolest? I wish this was my setup. This bird is named Olive. So sweet. So sweet. Can you hear all that buzzing around? I love it. I love it. Love it. Look at, you can see him going to eat over there. I know this is going to be so cool. Okay, so just to irritate everybody really quick. Listen to him. Oh my gosh. Sunday morning, Mr. Snotty and I watched this special on hummingbirds. Isn't she so cute? I know. That's what I'm going to show really you guys just really fast. Okay. Because they're getting huge. I know. Look at this, you guys. Oh my gosh, they're so ready to go almost, I think. I know they are. Every time I look on here, every time I check on them, they are not, Jackie or Shadow, whoever's there, is not even looking at them. See, I think this is what happens, right? They start kind of pushing them. Have you seen, though, when they open up their wings, their wings, it's so big. Oh, really, Queen? Oh my gosh, I love that. I haven't seen I haven't seen if they're eating by themselves yet. The last few times I've checked, look at this. Look. Oh my goodness. They're getting all crimped up, trying to be all crammed down in there. I haven't seen, I know at some point for sure, Jackie and Shadow are just going to bring food and they're going to have to eat it themselves. But I haven't seen that happen. And remember how much food would be up there? There's not any. Every time I look, there's not. They are. I know. They look really good though, don't they? They look really healthy and stuff, I think. I know. I love it. I just wonder if they're still feeding them. Oh, let's see. Oh my God, look at that all flop. Look at that all flopped around. Oh gosh. They want to go, I think. When are they eating? Oh my God, look at their flips and flops them. See, don't you think? It looks like they kind of are turning. Oh, look it. They're eating. Oh, they're still feeding. Oh. Wait, no. Yeah, okay. Oh, it looks like mom is not feeding. What's happening? Okay, she's laying it out for them to get. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, you have to teach them. It's not like. I know. I know. Yes, I know. I just showed her, Happy. Okay, you guys, I'll get back to this. I'm sorry. Oh, I just had a hummingbird fly by. Oh, love it, love it, love it. Okay, I think we're good here. Let's see. What? Shit, I thought I was sharing already. Sorry. Gosh, Jackie. You do dumb stuff sometimes.
Talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective? From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked.
Oh, we're
I
back.
should mention by agreement of the parties.
Okay, sorry, shit.
And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses.
This is where we need to get to.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008.
Sorry.
I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer till 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in that capacity as an officer. I worked
He's
as a
helped her
patrol
too much.
officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the robbery homicide unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units, and they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another, and I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us? Have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit. So starting from about 2016 on, it was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records, specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022. And then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for JJ Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And Was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Did you learn from her where JJ went to school?
yes,
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking JJ to his school?
yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet
That's what she said.
and that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel.
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes.
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of the timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when you, let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case. And then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time. And if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Did those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-through of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and records showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is. Is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you. Okay. So let's pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded.
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Enclem that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially.
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find any GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting.
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes,
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow at the time, now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body worn video and also having met her in person.
And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you, well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records? And I think you had talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers. And by providers, I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T.
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes,
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
one minor clarification. I wouldn't
Sure.
call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452?
We-
Thumb drive of all of the phone records.
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220? Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow? 480.
That's correct.
Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes.
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
Yes.
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for July 11th. State will move to Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
Yes.
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
Absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has
Okay, I don't know if any of you, or how many people did not see my comment, but remember I told you that little boy was found this morning? Or the little boy that had gone missing. Actually, yesterday was found today. And he was found by a rancher's dog that led him to the rancher. Is that the sweetest thing ever? I just want to make sure everybody heard that, because it's really freaking awesome.
Logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the
Hey,
state
try me.
with
Sorry you're
Exhibit
still sick.
209? That is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Oh, good to
Did
see you, Lynn.
sign, I think put your badge number on the back of it.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209 is admitted.
Might be a good time to
All
break
right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, we should be able to cruise right through this. How you been, Lynn? This woman is evil. Oh yeah, we definitely can cruise through this. Yeah, and try me, you got to see. We found a live hummingbird nest with 2 eggs in it that we get to watch. All right, I'm going to put it right back on.
The cell tower data that you obtained through a power.
You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallo's phone, correct?
Yes.
I know, right?
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next step, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes, so I try to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records I was provided, about this number
So sorry,
ending
try
in
me.
5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by the last 4 digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last 4. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records. And then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others, they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Bell.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking about each exhibit.
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallo's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude-longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallo. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallo. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that could be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than the cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data. for
Same here,
instance,
Queen.
With the Walgreens.
I'm lost right now.
Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated. And I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward, the iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together. And if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
Right. You told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do. But 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
Oh, why it's doing this.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 737 to 749 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 750, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 752, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52, utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this, the prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that.
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out.
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again, at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing
Correct.
on the video.
Correct.
Now, in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger, though.
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider
slide.
up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated. It starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20 and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call. And then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone. And this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct.
See, this is the significance of all this.
This is an excerpt from the channel.
So this shows how long it took for for Alex to call 911. Yep. And we know that he did not give, he didn't attempt to give CPR. He says he did. or, well, he's dead now. He said he did at the time, but we know that he did not. And it took, what, 40-some minutes, almost 50 minutes to call 911. Yeah. Hi, neighbors. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, fucking break.
The police department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallo's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is, in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that, again, matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department. And another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day. So showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar timeframes until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inkland's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Enclan's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Enclan had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243 or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan. And that's sort of throughout that time period, you're saying.
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Enclan?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
as it's not primarily my case. Beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct?
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she
Check to
never boarded.
relevance.
Is that correct?
Hold on.
Check to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if,
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
it's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These
All right.
events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
And I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
And I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily, I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for. You just happened upon it. How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well?
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date
Your Honor, I'm
scheduled with
gonna-
a Juliet at 10 a.m.
Offense and obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates
Can I
for my
object?
husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different
What-
question,
no,
Your Honor.
Whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question.
Oh my God. Listen to
You can
her.
ask about the date of the person that testified the night before.
He told her to
because that
stop and
person
she
was in here
fucking
and had some
doesn't.
relevant information.
Oh
But
my
other than that,
God.
any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective
Wow.
Moffett to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases,
Correct.
maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure, there are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there. Sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffett in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is? What you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then, was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody, and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2:00 hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So when you, if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure. Is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lawrence Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
But you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No,
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at is, does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Miss Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, so the jury.
Oh, I can't wait for this. Oh, I hope he gets her ass right now. What a sick person. Look at, she is so pissed off that Charles was talking to anybody. Did you hear her say, did you see him? How did you say it? Something about his daily affirmations to me, or what did he say? What'd you say? Oh my God, I want to hear what the judge said right now. Oh, here we go. Here we
Nothing
go.
from the state, Your Honor.
From the defense.
I can't think of anything, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
Oh, shit. Oh my. Can you even believe what a stupid bitch she is? She was so concerned about what he was doing, and she really needs to talk about that. You know, and you guys notice also the way she keeps wanting to talk about how he put JJ in the car with it running. You know, you fucking killed him. Oh my God. Hey, Ryan. Did you hear that, Ryan? Oh my God. Yeah, we heard Nate call you out, shout you out last night, Ryan. That was cool, huh? Right. Yeah, we knew that. You told us that. And Nate told us that he met you. Isn't he? I know. You know what? Right when I met him, even Mr. Snotty said, "Is he as personable as he appears to be?" And he totally is, huh? He's so nice. So is Lauren. Yeah, it was awesome. Exactly, Frazzle. She is so jealous about who he was talking to. My God. She is. It's like, listen, you killed him, you psycho. Shut up. Exactly. She was having an affair. She didn't want to be with him anymore, but she wanted him to still want to be with her. I mean, this woman is so I mean, I can't with her. I freaking cannot. Did everybody hear that exchange? I can't even believe it. I cannot believe that. Oh my God. What the hell? I can't believe the judge had to tell her about people he was talking to is not relevant here. Well, I know that she, see, I couldn't see really good where I was at. I couldn't. I had a woman with really big hair in front of me, and I kept trying to look around her and I couldn't see well. I did not have a good spot. I could see the jury really good. I couldn't see Lori, or I couldn't even see the person on the stand really good. That really makes me a little bit irritated. Right? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I should have got there earlier. I mean, I'm really glad I just got in, but I got there around 7:15-ish. Wow, I cannot believe that exchange just went on. She makes me so sick. I cannot stand her. I know, I bet. Ryan, did you hear them say today they think they might be finished tomorrow, even the prosecution? And did anybody hear she keeps serving people that have never been on her list. She's doing that on purpose. Wow, she blew my mind. Yeah, because as soon as these two trials are over with, that's it. She's done. She's not going to be on Dancing with the Stars. It's not going to happen. That is so gross that she had his stuff. See, she just, can you imagine? Think about it. Like, this would be a person I would not be able to stand being around. See how she acts? She gets snarky. Everything has to go her way. She's manipulative. Oh my God. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she's going to go back to Idaho for sure. Yeah. Yeah. 'Cause are they thinking they're going to move that up if this goes quicker? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I thought his conference was in June. Oh, I'm sewing. I meant to tell you, I saw your question, frazzled. I'm sewing this dish towel with yarn so I can crochet on it. See? Well, because if he already had it scheduled, if he already planned on being in this one until for 6 weeks, then he obviously had that planned out to be here for that. And he said in a hearing before this trial started, he said that he has something happening in June. She's not ready. She still hasn't done what she's supposed to do for this one. Ryan, did you see oh, thank you. Did you see Annie Cushing there? I don't like that lady at all. I don't like her one bit. Yeah, she's never getting out of jail anyway. She is it was Joe Ryan's sister. She talks all kinds of shit about Colby all the time. I can't stand her. And she looks like she's crazy. She acts all nutty. She's the one that keeps saying that Tylee didn't go to Colby's wedding. She has red hair. I go on her chat sometimes and get a little bit hateful with her, but she ignores me. All right. We'll see you later. Have a good one, Ryan. Well, that's kind of wild that that ended today. I wonder what else was getting ready to happen. Dang it. Darn it. You know, what gets me too is that whenever the judge says sustained, sustained, she just keeps on, just like he didn't say it, or she tries to argue with him. Like, you freaking high? God, stupid ass. Oh, well. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, you do need to do that. Yep. Feel better, Queen. Yeah, we're going to be done here. Yeah, I know. What if they're still sick tomorrow? Okay, so you guys, how many did they have? Today we had only 2 people, right? Let me see real quick if there's lunch lives from anybody we can watch. Trying to figure out. Okay, here we go. Two, right? Yeah, 2. And yesterday, oh my God, I can't think of who all. Yesterday, it was that woman, the guy from Social Security. Oh, the lady from the insurance company. Oh, the medical examiner. Yep. I think they had 4 people on yesterday. They only have 3 or 4 left.
Good afternoon, everybody. Quick update for you. We are on day 6 of Lori Vallow Daybell's trial, and the big question is she going to have any witnesses to call? That's what the judge talked about first thing this morning, is that some of her witnesses are getting subpoenas, some aren't. The judge wants to know if they've been served. Larry Woodcock apparently got a subpoena, and that was done inadvertently, but Lori Vallow Daybell's name was signed on it, so and the state brought that up, that Lori signed the subpoena. Why did she sign the subpoena if it was sent as an accident? And Lori responded that she just signed a stack of subpoenas. The judge told her she needs to be more careful. She can't just be doing stuff like that. So Larry Woodcock got a subpoena. Right. Bobby Vallow got a subpoena. Those were both struck. Those aren't happening. But then there's other people on her witness list that haven't got subpoenas and can't be tracked down. And so the state of her witnesses are in flux. We will see what happens when the state rests. The judge reminded her that the state's resting on Thursday, maybe Monday at the latest. And then it's her turn. Then it's Lori's turn. And we'll see if she decides to call anybody, if she can call anybody other than herself. The cross-examination continued with Detective Cassandra Youngklung. I think I'm saying her name right. I was told how to say it, and I put it in my phone. I will have it perfected by tonight. Lori went back and forth with her about whether she was advised that her police interview was being recorded at the police station. The detective said no, because it's a public place. There's no rights of there's the right of privacy is not expected at a police station. She went back and forth over her being notified about Charles's death in front of Tylee, but Lori already knew the fact that, you know, it had happened. And then I think that those were kind of the key points. We had to take a little bit of a break for a technical issue. We went back into court with Detective Ariel Werther. He's the guy who put together all the GPS data points of where Charles's phone went the morning of the shooting, when we presume Lori had the phone. The fact she went to Walgreens, it was kind of a funny moment. He said that he had originally been told it was CVS, so he went to 7 CVS locations. None of them had any record of Lori being there, or none of them had any indication that she had bought flip-flops. Well, once he got Charles's phone, he realized, oh, the phone actually went to a Walgreens. So instead of going over there, he actually called them. And they said, yeah, she was here. So he went, he got the data, he got the receipt from the flip-flops. The times matched up for Charles's phone versus their surveillance footage. He also went to the Burger King where Lori stopped and got the receipt there and the surveillance footage from there. He went to the True Hilton where Charles was staying and was able to get the receipt there. They searched his room, they seized his computer, all of his other personal information that was in there. And after lunch, PowerPoint is going to be shown in court, showing all of the activity of his phone, of Charles's device. So should be interesting as he lays it all out for the jurors and gets, lays out the GPS points and things like that. That's kind of a quick catch up as far as what we have been doing here today. Just recorded a quick little hit with Dateline. They're going to have something coming out this week with the latest on the trial. And tonight we'll be back with Courtroom Insider to break it all down. Hope you can join me at 8 o'clock Mountain Time. That's 7 o'clock here in Arizona and Pacific Time. Seats were pretty full today. I think every seat, maybe 2 or 3 were empty. But other than that, a lot of people from different states are here. I met people from Utah, from Seattle, Arizona, of course, Idaho. And yeah, people are still interested. How you doing? Good. Good. Just doing a little live video here. Waiting for my sandwich. Jimmy Jones's lunch today, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to head inside. I'm going to grab this lunch and stay tuned. Tonight we will have the latest. Hope you're watching. Appreciate your support. We'll see you. By the way, I apologize. This is a long story, but we got a brand new internet provider at East Idaho News before this trial that promised us no interruptions and incredible speeds and no tech issues, because I said we cannot have any interruptions with this video feed or anything. And guess what? Almost every day there's been an issue, especially today. And thank you for being patient with us. I'm told we've figured it out, so the feed should be good from here on out. But it's beyond our control. I will say, too, the room where the camera is at the courthouse has the worst cell phone reception. It's like a black hole. So to feed the video out of there is a little bit complicated, a little bit challenging. So, okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm going to get my sandwich. They're telling me that it's probably ready. So we'll see you. Bye.
It is like a really super small room, that media room. It looks like you can barely fit the camera and shit they got in there. Okay, let's see what Lauren said.
It's good to have another lunch break. I actually really look forward to these lunches and coming out and being able to talk to all of you almost like it's FaceTime with friends, sort of just like decompress after the morning and in trial, and then go back in there with my game face on again and listen to what's going on. And then of course we have our full recap tonight, and we have our live stream going on now with trial emojis. So this morning started out interesting. Interesting because think about it this way, like we're in the middle of a trial, actually nearing, I think, the end of the trial, right? Because the prosecution says they're going to wrap up Thursday, if not, and maybe Monday, worst case scenario, but most likely Thursday, right? So here we have the judge in Lori Daybell still talking about witnesses that she wants to subpoena for the defense. They brought up actually so many. It first started off with Larry Woodcock, and they said that there was a violation because Larry Woodcock, his phone number and his address was disclosed and it was private. Lori apologized. Lori claimed she never even meant to actually like send a subpoena to Larry Woodcock and apologized. And the judge was like, dude, your name is on the signature. She then apologized and he said, well, look, be more careful. I just realized I'm okay. Are we good now? I wasn't on do not disturb. I was getting text. So, well, be more careful. And he said, look, you've got another trial ahead of you. I'm not going to be okay if this happens in the next trial. Then she brings up other witnesses that she's likely subpoenaed. She brought up, in fact, I have a list of them, but she brought up Ashlyn Rand. She was a witness in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial in Idaho. Or she brought up Zachary Cox. Zachary Cox. The judge was like, relevance on this? Help me out with relevance. She said to Charles, he was texting. Sorry, Zach Cox was texting with Charles in day, and he's like, and what's the relevance? And she's super secretive. She's like, well, I mean, that's not what she says. I'm paraphrasing, but she's beating around the bush, saying, well, about what happened. Well, what happened? She doesn't ever really say. And the judge again said, look, these subpoenas are out. If they show, they show. But, I can't guarantee that there's even relevance, again, for these witnesses for the defense. This is not the first time that the judge has said this to Lori about relevance with witnesses. This is continuous and ongoing.
Yes, it is, of course.
I'm trying to find out. And Vicia. Vicia is a witness that has been subpoenaed. That is Tylee Ryan's very close friend. She has not been a witness in any trial, but we know from photos and stories and early on in the case, especially, she was very close with Tylee. They would travel together. And nobody knows necessarily where she is. So
they don't want to come.
Started.
That's why.
And then we went back to Cross with Detective Inkling. For those of you that watched,
They don't want anything to do with it.
Night, the trial recap. Did I just recap? Recap. I'm talking like I'm a retainer in still. Just wear that at night. We weren't done. We had to continue, which means that Lori's, kind of slept on it. She's decided what she's going to continue saying. And what she sort of pushed and speculated or sort of seemed to question Detective Inkling about, again, was her being calm. Lori is obsessed with everybody being calm. She wanted to reiterate, and ask.
Right.
She pushed, did I know that I could leave this interview at any time? This is the woman, again, Detective Inkling is a woman who interviewed both Tylee and Lori. She is not the one who interviewed Alex. Alex was interviewed by a male, but she interviewed Tylee and Lori on July 11th, 2019, the day that Charles Vallow was killed. She said, no, I did not say you could leave at any time. She got into drinks of water. I mean, I thought it was a stretch, but I'm looking at this biasly. Like, I've been on this case for 5.5 years. And so I'm trying to put myself into the juror seats, which we're going to get there because they asked some questions today. And now I'm officially a little bit nervous, but she asked, water. Well, do you think that maybe the reason why I needed water or a drink was because I was parched and there was adrenaline and things were intense? And Detective Inkling's like, no, I offer anyone water. And she said, well, did you know that when we were at Burger King, beyond the chicken fries that I purchased, did you know I also purchased 2 bottles of water? She said she didn't. She wasn't part of that investigation. It was kind of an interesting back and forth, but I think what was the most interesting. And then, and I do want to point out, we got into the fact that Lori went to Walgreens and she went to Burger King, and there was retracing of steps, and there was custody of phone arguments, and also questions about where they were interviewed. After Detective Inkling's cross concluded, and before we got to the next witness, which was Ariel Werther with the Chandler Police Department, someone who testified in Lori Vallow's first trial in Idaho. Before we got to him, there were juror questions, and there were more juror questions than there had ever been. And this is why I like juror questions. A, I think that it helps them clarify things. B, we can kind of see where the jurors' brains are, what matters to them, what they're seeing, what they're thinking. In Delphi, Indiana, where I reported on the trial of Richard Allen, the juror questions were very telling to me. And I actually would hear them And I would think to myself, they're very curious, they're very smart, they're very detail oriented. And I could tell that there was a mixed bag of jurors and how they felt about Richard Allen and his guilt or innocence. And in the end, this jury in Delphi, Indiana, they took over 2 days to almost 3 days, was it? Now it's all a blur, to deliberate, to come to a verdict. They found Richard Allen guilty, but I think I could tell from the juror questions a little bit like this was not so cut and dry. So let me tell you the questions that the jurors asked, and after the jurors concluded their questions, the jurors were then removed. Again, they went back so they can't hear. And the judge went over all of the questions that they asked, because it turns out that there were more questions that the jurors asked that were not presented, that some of them were struck, or some of them were also reworded. And so I'm going to read to you all of the questions that I thought I had right here. Let's find them and tell you my initial thoughts. So let me just tell you the questions, and then when I bring up my initial thoughts, remember, they're just my thoughts, and I could be wrong. So here they are. Okay. Sorry about the large paper sound there. It's a notebook, guys. Notebook. Scribbles. So there's a sidebar. One of them, the first one, was actually, how do you decide if someone is like a witness or a suspect? And did you decide? It turns out that the original question was, do you use your subconscious mind to decide whether or not someone is a witness or suspect?
That was kind of weird, right?
They struck down the fact that they reworded it, that you can't necessarily use they struck down the idea that we're going to put in this subconscious mind. But the juror's question was asked and reframed. Were Tylee and Lori considered witnesses or suspects? That question initially worried me, because I thought, they've already said this in testimony. Are they not listening? But now that I heard that they wanted to know something about the subconscious mind, I think that they were trying to get a little bit further into this question, understanding it more, and it was reframed. So the next question was the rental car searched? And Detective Inklin implied that she believed that it was, and I believe that it was too. So was Charles's rental car searched?
She said she didn't.
If the next question by the jury, if the defendant and daughter were they interviewed as witnesses, and or were they interviewed by suspects?
She didn't know if
another
it was searched.
question similar. Like, people are really trying to understand what their decision was, I think, at the end of this, when they went home, free to go home with a victim's advocate. The jury seems to really be processing and understanding this. The next juror asked, did Lori ever ask for an attorney? Well, that was actually struck down. That was not asked to. So the jurors don't know that. I mean, the jurors know that whoever wrote that question, their question wasn't asked, but that was not posted to on record. That was just shared by the judge as one of the questions that was struck down. Another question, did Lori express concern about Tylee being interviewed? The answer to that question was no, by Detective Inklin. Do police need consent to talk to minors? That was another question. Witness or a suspect, whether a witness or a suspect, do police need consent to talk to minors? The state actually objected to that question, and the judge sustained that, and that was also not asked or answered. Another question, does law enforcement have to say whether or not they're recording an interview? And they do not have to say whether or not they're recording an interview. This is the most questions that we have had from the jury so far. So I'm going to start by saying I don't know what it means. I'm not law enforcement. I'm not a psychologist. And at this moment, I'm just Lauren talking with my friends here at lunch. So just my initial gut feeling, I'm a little concerned that their questions have to do with, perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys throw out your ideas, Lori's rights, what they concluded at the end of Detective Inklin's testimony, like the things that they're really, it also makes me feel like maybe they really do not know about Lori's other conviction or Tylee and JJ's fate. I don't know. It feels like they're really questioning police here and the investigation. And if Lori was treated fairly. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you guys
Yeah,
think I'm reading
I
this
kind of thought that
wrong
too
and want to tell me to settle down, I'll take it.
about
I'll take
Tylee
it
and
because that's what I was thinking. Also, Ladybug Toes, I just saw, I wish they would ask where Tylee was. Me too. There was a question that maybe they're just not asking, right? Like maybe they're just not, or maybe they are asking. Someone suggested maybe they are asking that question and they're just not posing it in front of the courtroom. And I thought, and someone suggested that, and I thought, you know what? Maybe that's true. But today we learned all of the questions they asked, all of them. And that was not on the jurors' question list. Where is Tylee? So even if someone objected to that question, it seems like we would hear that once the jury is out of the room, and we didn't hear that today, which means they're not asking that. They're not asking that. Redirect, I want to say, with Prosecutor Trina after Lori was uncrossed with Detective Inklin was, I think, really good. She really pushed home the fact that, like, just because you are calm, Detective Inklin, does that have anything to do with the defendant being calm?
See, the way she keeps doing that, does she not understand that nobody's looking at it like that? Nobody else there shot anyone. No one else there knew anyone. That's their jobs, to go to crime scenes. This is what they do every day. I mean, what the hell is it that she doesn't understand about that? Okay, we'll quickly get through this real quick to see.
And she said, absolutely not. And Prosecutor Trina on her redirect said, why? Why does that not matter? Just because if Lori Vallow is calm, why is this not a good comparison that you are also calm during this? And Detective Inklin said, because my husband wasn't gunned down in front of my children in my house. So my job is to remain calm. And I think that was really, that drove home. And they again emphasized, was Lori's behavior odd to you? Yes, it was. And so in redirect, that was a good moment, I feel like, for the prosecution and the state to drive that home. Ariel Werther is now on the stand. Again, he is with the Chandler Police Department. He also testified in Lori's Idaho trial. He
I know,
has
I know, me too.
background, and he is getting into Lori Vallow Daybell's trips to Burger King, to Walgreens, originally thought to be CVS. Then they discovered that the flip-flops were purchased at Walgreens. And they're getting into those nitty-gritty details, explaining they have video from that trip.
Okay.
I think that he's really going to get into the timeline after lunch here. That's what I suspect, because again, don't forget, one of the big things about this case is they waited 45 minutes to call anyone. And they waited, and then they went to Burger King and Walgreens, and then she came back. Oh, another thing that happened on redirect with Prosecutor Trina was, again, going back to how she had to say to Lori, so when Detective Inklin arrived on the scene on July 11th, her initial thing was, I need to give the death notification to Lori because she showed up. Lori and Tylee were not there. Then they showed up. She just assumed, by the way Lori was acting, and the fact that she showed up and was not on the scene, that she didn't know what happened to Charles. And then again, she reiterated what happened. She was trying to get Lori away from Tylee to share the death notification that Charles Vallow was dead. And she couldn't get Lori away from Tylee, which was her effort. She said she lets the adult know and they can decide how to tell the minor. Before she could even finally get her alone, she said, oh, I know Charles is dead because I was there. And that's when Tylee and Lori became witnesses. And that is why she brought her in for interview. Again, this is why they were witnesses. But now that Detective Werther is on the stand, Investigator Werther, we're going to learn that this investigation continued because now it's on July 12th, the very next day, and he's figuring out about the flip-flops and he's figuring out about Burger King. So it proves that just because Lori and Tylee walked away that day with the victim's advocate does not mean that the investigation was over. No,
Right.
far from. And here we are 5.5 years later, and there's still an investigation. Another important thing that happened during cross that I forgot to tell you, thanks for going with me back and forth as my brain remembers stuff off the top of my head. I think this was a really important moment for me.
Jerry,
Lori
did you
said
hear
to
me talk
Detective
about the
England, You
dog?
realize that this altercation with Charles was only a couple of minutes. And Detective England said, yeah, that sounds about right. And then Lori said, like, really, it probably just lasted like 2 minutes. And for me, this was really important because the way Lori describes it, she has her phone, she's not giving it back, she has her phone, Charles is there, give me my phone, all of this stuff is happening. It really it implies to me,
Oh, you're going to
forethought,
love
like,
this.
To shoot your husband in self-defense within 2 minutes as he's coming to pick up your son. And think about it, she did get JJ in the car. Like, this was a plan, get JJ in the rental car, take
Yep.
Charles's phone so he can't leave. Like, I hope that the jury is putting this all together. Like, this is clearly thought out. Have Alex over here with a loaded gun, ready to go. Text and say it's going to be like a Nephi ending. I hope that the jury is
I can't
putting
wait for the
this
text.
together. I hope. Is anything, I'm making
Yeah, me
sure
too.
I'm good here. Yeah, where's the video footage from the neighboring cameras? They have showed Lori going, oh, hi neighbors, huh? That infamous clip. But they haven't shown Burger King. They haven't shown CBS. They haven't even played the 911 call. I'm wondering where this is all going to happen.
I know.
So I'm going to head back
when
in.
Are we going to
Court starts in
see?
15 minutes, and that's when they usually start to kind of let us file back in, is like 5 to 10 minutes before court starts. So I'm going to go back inside, go through security, make sure I'm up there. And again, I'll bring you the very latest recap after court. Hit notifications, hit subscribe, and check out yesterday's lunch live recap. And come join.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the 911 call, the body cam of Charles telling the police she's going to kill me. That has to come in. The thing is, see, so many times it seems like a witness seems a little bit like you think, I don't know why they're really on there, whatever. The thing, they can't just get on there. The prosecution can't just come in and start playing 911 calls and body cam. They have to have a witness on there that they can question to be able to bring certain things in. So that has to happen still. So I'm going to look and see if I can find a video, you guys. So remember earlier, I told you guys about how there was that little boy missing in Seligman, right? And then I saw that he was found, so I didn't go any further. I just saw that he was found. But you guys, let me see if I can find, hopefully. It is the best story. Well, I didn't look at a video or read it or anything. But Courtney texted me and told me. So let me see. You guys are going to love this though. Let me make sure I found it. Let me find the right one. Hold on, I'm getting it. Wow. Okay, check this out. This is a really cool story now. I mean, I still have questions for sure. I got it. I'm not gonna lie about that. But
Just a little while ago, we let you know that a little boy who went missing in Seligman has been found safe. So that is certainly good news. But a lot of questions about this, especially as how this boy apparently walked away from his home. And we know there were some 40 people involved in the search.
So Paul Wick, the public affairs officer with the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office, is on the phone right now. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Scott.
So what happened to this little boy?
So yesterday around 4:30 p.m., the family was, they have another kid. They were dealing with the other kid, changing diapers. The husband was outside working on the house, and she turned her back for a minute, and her
yeah,
her
but
son,
listen.
her 2-year-old had wandered off the property.
And so what'd you find today? How'd you find him?
So we had over 40 search and rescue volunteers show up last night, and DPS helicopter helped out, and several deputies, and many stayed overnight to search throughout the night. And this morning, about approximately 7 miles away, a rancher called in and said that there's a little boy on the property, and from all the Facebook posts he had seen, he was like, this is probably the young boy that was missing.
Oh my goodness, that's just incredible. 7 miles away from home, a 2-year-old out in the elements overnight. How was he doing? What condition was he found in?
He was very relieved. Obviously, he's 2 years old. He had some scratches, but his health was pretty good. This is rugged terrain. This isn't like a walk in the park. He was going over some rough terrain, mountain lion territory, and when the rancher, when the little boy arrived on the rancher's property, it was actually the rancher's dog that came in and grabbed him and brought him into the house.
Oh my gosh! So you think this 2-year-old walked 7 miles?
That's
Yeah.
That is really amazing.
The dog, isn't that?
Talk about. You've spoken to the family. I can't even imagine, their worry overnight. This is a parent's nightmare, obviously, and it can happen to anyone. We know kids can just walk away at a moment's notice. You turn your back, and it's seconds. They're somewhere else. How's the rest of the family? Their reaction this morning?
Yeah. So when we brought him back to his family, they were just, bawling in tears.
So look at this map. See right there, we are, this is right where our property is. Closer to Seligman than, I know, right? I know, where's Top Hats? So this is close to our place. And that's what I was going to say. If that kid was out there overnight, it is so dark out there, you guys, you cannot see your hand in front of your face. You cannot. Every once in a while, the stars are super bright. The moon is really bright and you can see, but I'm almost never. It's super dark and there's a lot of wildlife out there. You heard him say mountain lions. There's coyotes, big time, major coyotes. And there's bobcats. There's a lot of javelina, wild boar. They're mean. There's a lot of wildlife out there. Can you believe that? Wild. Overnight. That's crazy. But the dog got him. Isn't that so neat that the dog got him and brought him to the rancher? That I know. It sounds really crazy. And the people out there are very much like they're very off the grid people. Like they're not. It does sound weird. I mean, he had to have been missing he had to have been gone for quite a while before anyone noticed he was missing, for him to get out far enough that no one would see him. You guys, this is very, very desolate. There's nothing out there. Nothing. But that damn highway, that's not good. But Seligman is off the road a bit, but I don't think 7 miles. Yeah. Well, and they said around 4 o'clock. I wonder what time. I mean, you had to get, he got pretty damn far before anyone started looking. Right now, I can tell you. What time is the sun going to go down today? I can't find it. But the temperatures today, it'll get to 55 like tonight. Get kind of cool. Wild, huh? We'll see what happens. There's more to that. Well, and they can't walk fast. I mean, they're just little legs. And I mean, I'm so thankful he's okay. You guys, I've showed you guys pictures of the coyotes out there. They're really big. And they're hooping and hollering every single night. Every night. And a little kid, like little dogs and stuff, that's what they get. But he's alive, so we'll see what happens. I kind of want to I want to see what all comes out of that. But anyway, I thought it was really cool for a dog to find the little baby. Hopefully that dog gets all kinds of loving. Yeah, I don't know that we will. It's a weird town, you guys. It's a very weird town. We're going to be up that way in a couple of days, but yeah, I need to just go and film over there sometime. You guys, seriously, it's a strange place. But all right, I'm going to get off here. Get some dinner done. I got to keep packing. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching this with me. This evil bitch. I appreciate you guys being here. Good night. Good night, everybody. Love you. Thank you. Bye. And Ira McGinnis, wherever you are, stay there. We're all good.